All right, it's 6:00 p.m. I'm going to call the council to order. Please rise for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Foster is going to have our prayer.
Would you please bow your head with me? Our kind Heavenly Father, we want to just pause for a moment and thank you for the gift of life and health that we enjoy. Thank you for the opportunity we have to serve the citizens of our fair city. Lord, we just pray tonight that you will open our minds, give us wisdom, give us understanding, and we make decisions tonight that are in the best interest of our citizens.
Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty. I want to welcome everyone to our meeting tonight. It is October 3rd. Of announcements. Our National Night Out on Tuesday was a great success. Thank you to everybody that came, participated, helped together, planned. All did a great job. Chief Kidd, great job. Officers that came, it was wonderful. The dunking tank was a big thank you, Councilman Foster, to get in it. I know, I'm sorry, I did it for you. Also, John Deason, they did hot dogs for us, hot dogs, and thank you very much. Keene Fire Department helped out as well. We're sorry they had to take a call in the middle and our engine had to leave, but you know, that's what happens. So anyways, everybody that helped out with that, you all are appreciated and thank you. The next Christmas planning market, our Christmas market plan, let me get that right, set for Tuesday, October 8th at 5:30. So if you missed the last one, you can come to the next one and help us plan another fabulous Christmas market. Today, a groundbreaking was held for Tractor Supply. So a few of us gathered there where they're going to be building our new building facility, and it's great. We're and stuff. So they're getting ready to break ground. So that's going to be good news for our community. I just have one clarification from our last meeting. Mr. Batlett texted me. He's not here tonight, but we were discussing in our budget about the street repair fund. And I had asked if there was $100,000 that I thought had been added to it, and he didn't think there was. And Mr. Williams, he said it is. There was $100,000 added to the street repair capital line item. So I just want to clarify that we did add $100,000 to it out of that budget. So that's good news. I just want to make sure we all have that. Council, do you have any comments that you would like to make? Okay.
Today at the groundbreaking, there was a gentleman there, the property owner, also from Tractor Supply, and they spoke and were very appreciative of the work that Brent Batla and Don Martin have done to get the project through. They gave them very high. Also, the board, and I think it's only fair to publicly let everyone know that these guys, the positive talk they were doing for Brent and for Don Martin. And we also appreciate the work you've done.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beeson. Thank you for stating that very elegantly. All right, that's it for mayor comments. Agenda item number 3, public comments. All right. I'm going to call first, I have several yellow cards. I'm going to call first Ben Ofinger. If you'll step to the podium and just state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Ben Ofinger. I live at 1111 West Hill Drive in Cleburne, Texas. I'm here in the form of a rebuttal. At a city council meeting, a public city council meeting about a month ago, a gentleman spoke and said some things that I feel like are not correct, and I'm here to rebut those comments. The gentleman who spoke, I think his overall presentation was about property taxes and so forth, which has been a hot topic in Johnson County over the last several years. The speaker that night called out an individual whose name is Harold Brown. He called him out very clearly and distinctly. I was not here that night, but I've watched the video and listened to the video of the meeting that was posted online, as I'm sure a great many other people did. The gentleman who spoke called out Mr. Harold Brown and specifically said he is an evil person, he is a vulgar person, and he is a rude person, and then made some additional comments besides that. I'm a member of the Johnson County Appraisal Review Board. I've finished up my 6th year last week. For 5 of those years, I've worked with Mr. Harold Brown. I've never seen Mr. Harold Brown to any person during a hearing. I've never heard him utter one foul word, either in a hearing or in just general conversation. I've never heard a 4-letter word come out of his mouth. I certainly do not feel that Mr. Harold Brown is any more evil than anybody else. It is necessary sometimes on the Appraisal Review Board to make decisions that people don't agree with. You have been in the last several months working on the city budget of the city of Keene. It might be necessary because of the growth and infrastructure needs. It might be necessary to raise the tax rate to meet the needs of your city. If you vote for that, that would be an unpopular decision. But that doesn't mean that any one of you is evil or vulgar or rude. I think it's incorrect for that to happen, and I assure you that should you happen to meet Mr. Brown, you go to a before review. Mr. Brown is currently the chair of the board. You go in with the idea he is evil, vulgar, or rude. That's the reason I'm here.
Thank you, Ben, for coming.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to
Yes,
speak.
and we're sorry that happened, yes.
No.
Unfair words.
By the way, I would like a gentleman who spoke to a long time friend. I high regard, still hold him in very high regard. I think he's a great guy, does a lot of work in the community and in Johnson County, does a lot of good work. I'm a big fan of his. But I just, for whatever reason, I felt compelled to present the other side of the coin for Mr. Harold Brown. I would probably be able to do the same thing for any one of you if you were called out publicly. Thank you very
sir.
much.
We appreciate Samantha Gillen.
Council, Samantha Gillen, 218 West 4th Street, acting city manager. And so, Gwen, thank you for about Mr. Loomis. He asked me, he had surgery, and he asked me to come in and give a little speech for him. So this, I tried to write them down exactly. Mr. Loomis said he wanted this to be shared with the council and with the city of Keene citizens. He says, most of us do not know what it takes to bring an asset like Tractor Trailer Supply to our city. This project was worked on for years without the hard work of Don Martin, EDC director, and our city manager, Brett Betla, who never gave up. Great work ethics, the city council, the Type A board, the behind-the-scenes employees of Keene who keep us running smoothly. He wanted to thank every one of them and said that they were just awesome. We need to thank these people for not giving up because none of this would have happened without those working on this project with Tractor Trailer Supply for years. It finally happened for Keene. So it was a great groundbreaking. We're hoping to cut the ribbons next spring. So that will be good.
Okay. Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. All right, Paul Knott.
Council. Paul Knott, 37-year resident of Keene, 101 Old Mansfield. Meeting first is October 15th. This is the candidates forum, and There's a flyer that now has, incredibly, the word incumbent spelled correctly. And it also identifies the conflict as to why both candidates under the mayor's office are listed as incumbents. I think we've cleared that up. Okay, so this will be the flyer that will be distributed. A planning committee from behind this podium, people were invited to attend a planning session. 5 people showed up. They became the planning committee. And wrote some questions, and the candidates have those questions. They received them by certified mail. So thank you for that. We're looking forward to a good public turnout and a good discussion on Tuesday, October 15th in the community center. Doors open at 6. You can meet the candidates from 6 to 6:30. Then 6:30 to about 7:45, 8 is the city council candidates forum. Then the mayoral forum will be approximately 8 until 9. Okay. Meeting number 2 is, it's still in the planning stages, but it's Sunday night, October 20. Sunday night, October 20, 6 p.m. on private property at Wharton Auditorium in the Mabee Center, Southwestern Adventist University. Still in the planning stages. This will be an objective at the charter amendments. Charter amendments. If anyone would like to help, you're going to call the Chamber of Commerce. What you have to say. For some reason, that this meeting not be at the public, the community center. It's okay. Let's just let that. We'll take it to private property. We've been at Adventist University will be held, and it will be an objective look at the charter amendment. 6 p.m. Sunday, October, the day before early voting. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Okay, Jackson, did you this portion?
Philip Jackson, 46-plus year community member, 110 Rosedale Avenue. Announcement and request that they post city's Facebook. Chronological order will be meeting for residents of the city of Keene, interview me, myself, Philip Jackson, candidate as a write-in for Ward 2, Chapman, and Ray, incumbent for place 1. Calling ourselves B&J Crew. Yeah, greet at the Sweet Spot, 108 South Old Betsy Road, 7 p.m. October 14th. Light refreshment, including butter and jelly, will be served. Second announcement is possibly the first ever. I'm not certain of that. Community Big Bingo for seniors, primarily. For myself, hosted by Senior Living of Keene, rotating basis, people that are interested in the community. On the 17th of October, Thursday, Road, Texas, from 9 a.m. till 11 a.m. Kolaches will be provided. For the
time they've done that, isn't it? How to,
They had to go to their res- press on them need to reach out.
all right. All right, thank you, Mr. Okay, next on decency.
Don Beeson, 07 Woodlawn, Keene. The public service and anything else. The story, they have very interesting stories over the media side on Channel 8 to this. There was a county judge just in a county just south of Houston was indicted for identity of, if you want to read this, and he used Facebook, fictitious name on Facebook. Happens occasionally, I understand. Some people, but he was invited of into election. He and his wife were in Ford. Church got the cell phone, their computer. All of us basically was online in person, all kinds of misrepresented identity. Facebook isn't very, there's good and bad things about social media, but it's what you do on Facebook, and it's who wants to file charges. And if you want to find a district attorney, come and pick computers or telephones, they certainly can do that. That may be what we might not be now. Honest, and if it has anything to do with the election time, we happen to be anyway thinking about doing something like that, using it is illegal and can be indicted for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Stephanie Andrew.
Wanted to remind all of us that we are supposed to be working together at the last season, and things can get nasty, and that's not what we're here to do. You can't hear me? Okay. I want this city to pull together and work together season, and things can get nasty, and I don't want to see that. I've had enough. Kind of wanted to remind everyone, oh, sorry, 1009 Christine Street. I always forget. Anyway, can we pull together and do nasty rules against each other, and code of ethics to be and well, and I really
Thank you, Ms. Andrew. Okay, that's all the cards I had. Is there anybody that did not fill out a yellow card? Bells? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Debbie Bells, 2900 B. Cleveland. Good evening. I'm here to discuss agenda item 7. I want y'all to know that these are opinions only. Has nothing to do with Councilman Bells. Really ugly postings on myself during the I decided that this year myself on all So I paid for the site can be obtained. Now, keep in mind, some of this information is from ago, but it's there, still public. On this site, I was able to verify individuals with their month, year of birth, and their address. If you really know someone and know that they're lying to you, the place to go. Now, people throughout, which I not single out any person on my fact checking. I did a check on all candidates. Run for council on the record, speeding, charges. 4.05, finally convicted, in which the person has not been released from the code. Non-candidates, chapter 141.001, has the same verbiage. Well, this is, if you are a felon, you should not serve the community. When individual council are required to fill a form on the back. After doing my research, I obtained this form as an open records request from the city of Keene. Councilman Johnson filled out 2022 and has not been convicted of felony. He had a form checkbox that he had. According to Truth, the month, year of birth, they show that Mr. Johnson ask you council members, council, if this is in fact true. But citizens being a felon, if information is true about Mr. Johnson, himself from council, for council, it is the fact that you feel the council should see background checks. This is not, as I said, it should community and do not appreciate being lied to. I see background checks should be employees, all council for election or running for re-election. Charter and state laws, someone with a felony is not to be on council. Shame for allowing this to happen. Please, let's not let this happen again. Thank you.
Ms. Bells? No. All right, moving on to agenda item number 4, reports. Our acting city manager, Chief Warner, is going to do the city manager's report for us tonight.
Good evening, council. Good evening, citizens. Things. I'm sure it's a sitting here tonight to make something very clear. I am the fire chief, acting manager, nor am I. Earlier today, he asked that I sit in, as well as generally, I'll be doing that in conjunction with some other directors. Have faith, and I'm here for you until you don't want me. So, with that, to get into the manager's report, I did meet with earlier. I'm going to add a few things as well. I'm going to turn this over to Don Martin for a report on a couple of different projects. Don?
Thank you. Good evening. Maybe an update on the pickleball courts. If you haven't noticed, they're pretty much done. They finished the sidewalk today, kind of finished cleaning, got the nets put up. Tomorrow morning, they're still locked for tonight, but tomorrow morning I'll get over there and do a final walkthrough. Everything looks good, it's nice and safe, and then we're going to open it up to the public. I'll get with Dr. Stevens and kind of maybe ceremony or something. Kind of short on time with that. And another thing is that we closed finally 5 acres in the industrial area. All the documents been signed. City of Keene, and he's already made an offer, which I haven't had a chance to look at yet. But so that's where civil engineers start working on his building trailers. All the board and council.
Thank you, Don. The events that we're aiming, talk about Starfest, which is of course October 31st. Meetings have already occurred, planning's already taken place. Looking to see, make sure we still. So, well, along with that, I'd like to announce that our next Starfest committee meeting is October Tuesday at 5. We always use some help that night. In touch with also on the same night, October the 8th at 5:30. The mayor's already touched on this, but we've got the market coming up, and so that meeting is at 5:30 p.m. They could use a lot of help as well as planning the Christmas marketplace. We don't currently have a date set, but we do have it down. Paul, I'm going to put you. This parade is the 8th. Okay, so it's Sunday the 8th. So we're looking at trying to get the marketplace around that time. We'll see how it plays out. That'll be up to the committee, and staff is also working on that. A lot of the other items that I have already been touched on. Just a bit of a shout out to our current city manager that we're groundbreaking today for Tractor Supply Company, and the said that he wished the city would put up a statue of Brent Batley and of Don Martin. Wonderful work they did. So, again, congratulations to everybody that was involved. The last thing I have for you, it's not in your packet, but a little stack of sheets there. You'll see that there's a page added. It's called utility billing process. One-page document. Message goes out to our citizens aware of some concern with the billing process. What we've done is given council a synopsis of how that works. I'm going to give council several days to review this. Contact with me if needed. However, getting this information out on our city Facebook page so that our understand the utility. This will be sometime next week. I am aware that there is a bit of a time crunch. This will be due this week. This is something that's in progress, just today, so we're working on it. Important issue.
Have any questions, Chief Warner?
Before I sign off, I just want to. I'm not city manager.
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right. Clarified, you're not getting paid extra for this. So there we go. All right. All right, next item, agenda item number 5, public hearing. All right, council, I'm going to go ahead and read this off. The public hearing to the P&Z on Monday, September. This item, Mr. Brown, and we can go ahead and hold this item, but we can, and that's been requested by a customer that we do that at this time. So we're going to go ahead and hold a public hearing to hear and discuss from the Kittle regarding the following item. Request change application 8-acre portion in the Hugh McCollum Survey Abstracts of 570, Tract 12 within the city of Keene, Texas, from C2 General Commercial Office and Light Retail PD. The rezone will be based on multifamily zoning with various buildings instead of and 4 playgrounds. Read that and open the public hearing at 6:30 PM. At this time, if anybody would like to speak to this agenda item, including council, I will allow that.
Come on up, Wes.
West Shran, 1002 Street. And I haven't been a citizen of Keene. Nobody has. As hands on this thing, preliminary for the 2-story height requirement, and what this is, it actually is across from where the Tractor Supply is going, the Keene Spanish Church on 67 Business. They are not putting it right up against 67, so it's going to be down in the low area. And I don't have as much problem with building down there if the fire department is okay with it, because it's pretty. I have looked at what the parking, it looks like they've got. However, we're to see a few wider parks for the work and have the dual extend and 50 much, but it's almost like a Humvee. And as I'm looking at it, have to put this up. 252 units, 648 parking spaces. And it does appear that the number will be adequate. There will be an entrance of 67 Business.
Just one.
Well, I am the retention pond.
It says in very, very, very that that's for fire.
Jeez. One.
That was my concern.
A problem. And for a variance on very close, but the plan as far as I'm concerned. Concerns?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have one. Don, do we know if this acres is just the apartment complex or that entire piece of 317 to 60?
That's just the portion, the complex is gonna be plus the
Road.
drive-in.
The
The
question.
total over 30. So that's gonna leave front. Do we have it? No.
What is that 10 acres currently?
Zones do.
Okay.
And when they first approached, my concern was I could maybe doing something at 30 acres, multifamily, but 1 acres as commercial, because that's in commercial property.
That was
So kind of what they came up with.
seems like. Yeah.
A 900 square foot 3-bedroom house, or a bedrooms, 10 by 10 by 10.
Information that,
Just thinking. Something
what do you do there?
right here.
That is what our it's for. For a square feet, 2-bedroom 700 and a 3-bedroom is 900. This is what
Yeah.
the minimum
I've
is.
seen the other and they're pretty much okay, but that 3 or 900 square feet, I wouldn't want to live there.
Yeah,
Is
but
that
that
just-
doesn't mean that's what they're gonna
Okay, well,
build. I
good, so
don't
they can go.
know the actual square
How
footage.
many square feet can they go?
Fine. They just have to meet.
Okay.
We address this one entrance then with them before we go any further?
Part of it was they wanted to keep it a gated community that only the residents have access to. So they want having a controlled gate is easier on
So that means that they'll,
right.
Makes it correct.
Is, but she clarified they want to keep that locked. It would only be fire department access, as things like that if they needed it.
Her question. Is it 60 AMI? I don't know what AMI means. I'm not a real estate person. Do we know what that means?
When they first approached me, they said affordable housing with government tax credits, and I said, well, you're going to have to explain that to everybody.
Okay,
Well, I don't think she ever got a chance to explain that to everybody.
correct, yeah. I'd like to know the answer to that as well.
Right.
She said 60 to 80% AMI. AMI.
Yes. I believe you are correct.
Thank you.
So Don, somewhere in all this reading, I was reading that they talked about their initial concept, that the city asked them to move it back. Did I dream that, or is that what happened, or?
I'm not sure what you're
Okay.
asking me.
I'll have to find it. I'll discuss it with you. So it's my understanding that at the P and Z meeting, the reason it was tabled is they got hung up on the wording. I think Troy, the president of P and Z, might come up, and can you give us some clarification on that?
What's your question, sir?
You had indicated to me that the preliminary site plan was some of the problem, the difference between preliminary and conceptual. And, we've got that explained in our ordinance. So is that the main holdup, or what was it discussed about the entries, or where did you go with that?
I would like to say we had a full discussion on the entire thing. So, and I know some of you guys were there, but I would ask that all you guys go watch that meeting. So then that way you have all the knowledge that was being talked about. Yes, the verbiage that was brought up was conceptual because it asks in the ordinance that a conceptual be done. Now, the verbiage that is on this document says preliminary. And I would say preliminary and conceptual are the same thing. But because of the verbiage was incorrect, one of the members on the team felt that it should have said conceptual, and so what was presented to them was not accurate. I don't believe that, but that was just one word that could have been changed on the document, would have made the entire difference, I believe, in saying yes to this project.
So in moving forth, what was the information that was given to the Kittle Property Group? What did they need to bring forth to the next meeting?
So they wanted, the member that spoke wanted conceptual drawings, and of course, afterwards, I talked to Don Martin, and I said, so does this mean you're gonna bring the same right back to us? And he pretty much said yes, because Mrs. Harmon with Kittle, with what she brought, she was only doing what the city had asked her to do, which was to bring all the information, which I felt was all that we needed. And unfortunately, a member on our board didn't appear to like that information. So I think it wasn't worded correctly for him, and that was the tangent that he was holding on to.
So again, have we given them a written letter? Have we given them advice on how to return, what information, or where are we going with that?
I would have to defer that to Don, but I'll stay here.
Yes, I've had some discussions with them, and she said they were gonna go back to their team and kind of redo the whole conceptual plan and label it correctly. But they have all the information that is required according to plan developments. And I present as,
Okay,
so they're gonna pretty it up a little bit and.
okay. So tonight, we're here, you know, in order for this project to move forward with a council, it'd be a good idea. I don't know if some of the others had problems with the entries or whatever, but we might give some suggestions so he can relay that information.
Yes, Mr. Foster?
Well, I can't imagine 200, if it's just one person in the house, 250 people leaving in the morning at 7:30 for their jobs, going out of one gate on the 67. That's just mind-boggling to me. I wouldn't sign off on that at all.
Don, is this going through TxDOT? Because that goes on to TxDOT's road. I know we have a lot of issues with the tractor supply.
I know I advised them to contact them. I know they have. I don't know where they're at, whether they've gotten approval yet. Because this is the first step in the whole process. Before they purchase the property, they have to make sure that it can be rezoned to what they need.
Sure.
We tried to do multifamily at first, but then with the exceptions and not having a ZBOA to make that, the next step would be, okay, let's make it a PD, then we can make those concessions inside the PD. So that's the very first step. And once that step's done, then they'll look at, okay, now are we gonna be able to, we can start investing some money in doing our civil plans, getting a hold of TxDOT, and coming up with the rest of that stuff to make sure they meet all the requirements.
Very good.
Can we ask them then if they would be willing to put in a second entrance? If that's what this council would want before they would approve it? Tell them that we're planning, if they want to rezone it, that would be something that might be coming back and expected?
Yes, that can be stipulated.
And talked about with them so that they at
inside the
least see
PD
that
once-
coming?
Again, you know, the PD will all spell all that out once it goes back and forth.
Yeah.
The first step is, are you willing to rezone it to a PD based on a multifamily zoning?
No, I don't want them to do all this trouble making more plans and pictures and then come back and decide they have to redo their whole design. And that costs them a lot of money.
I can mention that to them.
And mention that we're that. Okay, Mr. Knott, did you want to speak?
Yes. Thank you. Do you recall the apartments at Eastern and East Oakdale?
Mm-hmm.
And there was units there, Brett, really nice. Dick Buckus, a former All-American for Illinois and Chicago Bear, was involved in the ownership, and he became friends with Wayne Tomlinson, who managed those apartments at that time. And it didn't take long before Wayne divested himself of that, wanted nothing to do with it. And those apartments went Section 8. And I don't know if you've been there recently, but of course there's cars parked on the lawn, there's laundry hanging over the porches. AMI is average median income. So there's some income tied to this. And I certainly don't want to be the one to deny these people housing. But I see these same type of high-density ghettos in Cleburne and Joshua and Burleson, and maybe, and this is very, I'm struggling to say this, maybe we should encourage individuals to go there and not encourage, by building these, people to be forced to live on top of each other like this. We just won't have it, you know, not here. Because I don't think that's a life for those people. That's all I have to say. You know, there's no facts with that. It's just, you know, from the gut. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schramm?
So just speaking from a little past experience, I built cobblestone apartments on North Main in behind the Exxon up by 67 bypass. We put one entrance in. We did put a couple extra emergency exits in, and they are used full-time. The emergency exits were supposed to not be used, and the main entrance was supposed to be right next to the Exxon station on North Main, and that's always been a problem. So change that. I don't know if they've gotten permission from the city to do that, but that's what happened. So when you do the emergency exit, you can just count on it turning into an exit or entrance off of Eastern Street. Know that.
So how do they exit there? Is there an eye that opens the gate?
There's literally sliding gates, and when you drive up to the gate, they open up.
But they can't enter there?
They can enter there now, from what I understand, but I don't think they're supposed to.
Okay,
I haven't been there for a while, so I don't know.
thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Mayor, I apologize, I had to step out for a few moments. Is this a public hearing on the,
Yes, we're still having a public hearing on the zoning issue that passed before your board, yes, on Monday.
well, it passed through our board,
That
but
was
Yeah, you
tabled.
tabled it.
but it didn't
And
pass.
yes, you tabled it, and we still had it scheduled on today's agenda, so we're holding the public hearing, but we're not going to take any action. We're just
Okay.
having a discussion only.
All right. Well, I'm not sure where the discussion is leading, although I've been hearing about traffic patterns. And as a private citizen, somewhat privileged, I've been on Monday night, 30th of September. I've advised her that as an ordinary citizen with no traffic planning or design experience, that one exit and entrance is insufficient for the 400-plus cars that will be going in and out of that complex once it's fully developed. And I suggested that they definitely do need that second entrance off of County Road 317. However, the city or the county, whoever wants to assume responsibility for it, definitely needs to maintain visibility, prevent visibility restrictions as they now exist with high weeds. I told her that one exit off of Business 67 was very hazardous. From the east, you have a flyover that directs traffic from US Highway 67 to Business US Highway 67, and you don't even see those cars coming until they're halfway over the flyover, and by that time, they're maybe within 1,000 feet or less of the entrance to that proposed development. I also mentioned that as you're coming from the west, headed east, before, you don't even crest that hill until you're probably within 500 feet of that entrance, and that's hardly enough time to make a decision when you're having to look both left and right to see if opposing traffic is headed your way. So I see no problem if that's one of the deciding issues, having an opening free and clear on County Road 317. I have advised a representative from Burlington Northern Santa Fe that if that road is utilized, there is an unguarded grade crossing on County Road 317. And of course, they advise, well, if any grade crossing is utilized by a school bus, that it'll definitely get controlled protection.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Schramm?
I'd like to look everything up. Cheryl Schramm, 1002 West 4th Street, Keene. Anyway, AMI is, if you say it is housing unit that is affordable at 80% of the AMI, the average median income, If a household whose income is at or below 80% of AMI can live there without spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs, that's 80% then will be available to these folks. I think we need this kind of housing available, just not in such a high density. If we had maybe 3 smaller places with this kind of opportunity for folks. I know students coming in sometimes are married, they need these kind of things. People that haven't had time yet to initially get into their starter home. Also, the cars, it says in this paperwork that y'all have that there's 648 parking spots. And I can imagine with that kind of density and folks who are going to be looking for that kind of housing, probably every single parking space is going to be used. And Wes said earlier, talked about the big trucks, but I know even with the Bristol Oaks development, I see the big pickups are over the sidewalk. Some of these vehicles are 18 feet long, so the 15 feet that this document talks about, I think y'all need to look at that too and consider that with this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name's James Brown, 2424 FM 2280, and I don't have any statistical or factual information other than to say that I moved to Burleson in 1980, and it experienced a massive amount of growth, about 2,000. The last 10 years have just been insane, and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Burleson sucks. The traffic, the crime, the overburden on the schools, all comes with high-density, 3-story apartment buildings. These things are popping up close to Keene. I hope Keene will consider some type of restrictions or make it difficult. Keep the small-town feel. Once you lose it, it'll never come back. Okay, the reason I moved out this way, out here, and I hate Burleson. I've got several rentals, I've got business in Burleson, and I hate going to Burleson. So I'm a proponent of free enterprise, but please don't give tax abatements and incentives to these people, especially, I mean, I hate to say it, but all this adjusted income, it brings a lot of trouble with it as well. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, would anyone else like to speak? Yes, Mr. Cooper?
Good evening, Council. However you guys decide to vote on this or consider it, just some of the other problems that some of the other local communities are having with this. I'll use Godley as an example. Godley developed just multifamily housing too fast, too big. So you have things like 8-inch mains going into 4-inch mains for waste. Grandview right now is trying to change out all their original concrete pipes for water as communities are coming in. So really deep dive your local infrastructure to make sure that you can handle what is going to be going in and coming out of these type of communities, no matter how you choose to vote on it, because they're playing catch up with the original town's infrastructure for what they built. So good intention gone bad. They're tearing up 171 in downtown Godley every week, shutting down all their local downtowns because developers came in and put 8-inch waste going into 4-inch waste. So just think about all of that stuff and really reach out to some of these other cities. Catherine Redding in Grandview is a phenomenal individual, and Mayor Lanker and Godley to talk some of these problems that can come up by where this stuff all goes and how stuff gets to it. JSUD is slowing down lots of communities with water. So just think about the bigger picture of what the second, third order effects are, however you guys decide to vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Larry Trammell, 4109 County Road 707. On this issue, I'd like to agree with what Mr. Brown said. I moved here 7 years ago, and I moved here because the community felt like I wanted to feel. I don't want something that has too many people into one area. I'll in the 1980s, I moved to Santa Barbara, California. It was an absolutely gorgeous community. And the city council in Santa Barbara had a no-growth policy. You want to build a house? Tear one down. And it maintained its beauty for all the years that that council was in control. And then later on, they turned over and they started bringing in more and more developers. And I got to tell you now, I've been out there, it is a cesspool. You hardly think of Santa Barbara, California as being a cesspool, but it is. And I'll tell you another thing. I deliver Meals on Wheels. I come down Old Betsy Road, turn right at 67 to go over to Meals on Wheels to get meals and take to my friends. And I don't want this, I don't want a high-density community right there at that intersection. I can tell you, I come on through that intersection every day. And I think it would be very, very dangerous to put as many as 650 cars going in and out of that area in the mornings and in the afternoons. So I would strongly recommend that you consider such a high-density area.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Trammell? All right, Mr. Jackson, do you want to speak again?
Thank you, Mayor. I too deliver Meals on Wheels. I too know Catherine Redding, City Manager of the City of Grandview, Texas. They have 12-inch water mains, and other than possibly storage issues, they don't have any problem with their water delivery. Kettle Property Group owns 18,000 developments in the United States, 5,000 of them here in Texas. And to my knowledge, we haven't heard of one single complaint of any of their properties. And I'm not quite understanding of the reason why people are concerned about low-income tenants in this type of development. Most developers probably will set aside a certain portion of their apartments, maybe 20%, if asked or required based on some kind of federal grant assistance that they're receiving, but never the entire project. And we have 5 developments currently underway in the city of Keene. The one 4 years ago that became our first probably major development in 40 years. And let me step back just a moment. 40 years ago, the population of Keene was projected to be 20,000, and it's not even 7,000. This development 4 years ago has taken 4 years to build out, and it was only 109 units. Originally proposed as 86 units, and then 23 more units were added for a total of 109 units. And there's still a couple of vacant lots. So it's taken over 4 years for 100 plus homes to be occupied. We're talking 1,000 homes in these other 5 developments. You have Sunset Ridge, you have the Canyons, you have Stonehurst, and you have Home Place on the west side of Keene, where Ashton Home Place is. There will probably be about 330 homes. I think about 274 and 63 or 68 between the 2 phases. In the Canyons, probably close to 300 homes. In Sunset Ridge, similar. And then Stonehurst, I think, is approximately 113 homes. So you're looking at well over 1,000 homes based on this past experience from Bristol Oaks. You could be looking at 100 homes in 4 years. Obviously, with 5 developments, they're going to spread out a little bit faster, but no way will they all be totally occupied in 10 years. And adding 215 apartment units is a drop in the bucket to what we're going to be experiencing over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Cooper?
Sorry, just to clarify, it's not a water delivery problem in Grandview. It's an infrastructure problem with old infrastructure that needs to be replaced. That's why I encourage to reach out to the city manager. The size is the waste and Godly I was referring to, just to clarify. So those were the issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Smith?
.310 Woodlawn, Troy Smith. I would like to point out some of the good things that we heard from that meeting, and maybe this might help alleviate some of the issues that we're having. So, one, there's going to be a long driveway on that entrance. So wherever they place the gate will determine how busy in and out of that place will be. Will it be backed up by 2 cars, 3 cars in the morning? Possibly, but I don't think it's going to be that bad because there's going to be 10 acres they got to go across to get to that frontage. It might be feasible to put in a second, an actual second entrance, but I'm going to tell you guys the same thing that I told the people in our meeting, that we're just here to rezone this thing. I don't want to get discombobulated with the details of this thing because that's what the P&Z is for. When this comes back as an actual drawing, we can start stipulating those things and getting these things worked out. Right now, we're talking about 20 some odd acres, and we're trying to get the 30 acres in total. And we're trying to get the back 20 acres to be rezoned so that way it can accommodate sort of multifamily housing unit. And then I'm going to share this with you, and I was talking to my wife about this. We're trying to get rid of some adult children here. And so we'd like to see them go someplace. And if it's affordable for them, why wouldn't we, right? And I'm not trying to be funny. I am to a point. Hear me out. The economy is not in our favor right now. Things are costing more. Mrs. Beeson just mentioned that the other day, that everything is going up. And so what does that mean? That means we need a place, we need stepping stones for these young families to be able to get into a house. They can see the charm, they can see the life here in Keene, and then hopefully, like the gentleman that just spoke, they can maybe acquire one of those houses that can be built for them. So I don't want to say that I'm not totally against this, but I'm looking at it as an outside perspective. I lived in an apartment when I was young. That's just a stepping stone for me in my life until I was able to acquire my first home. So I don't want to leave this bad taste in the mouth that this isn't good for Keene, because I really think it is. More tax dollars are going to come into Keene. People are going to go to that Allsup's gas station or across the street to Tractor Supply to put a pot on the outside of their little balcony. You know, I mean, I'm envisioning it all right here, right? But I just don't want to take away an opportunity that we could possibly miss out of this. And so, again, I would vote for it if we could vote for it today. I actually don't even understand why we can't vote on it today, but I'm not a lawyer, so, but that's what I see.
Mr. Brown, you want to explain why we can't vote on it today?
The reason is the state law creates a 2-step process on zoning. It has to go to P&Z, and P&Z has to make a recommendation to the council. The council has to act on their recommendation. So if the P&Z tables and chooses not to make a recommendation for or against or like that, then they don't have jurisdiction to actually make a decision. So hopefully the P&Z at some point will feel comfortable enough to actually make a recommendation, and then at that point the council can legally decide what to do on the project.
And if the P&Z made a recommendation to deny this zoning change, it could still come to council at a public hearing, and a supermajority could override it, correct?
Well, yeah, assuming in our, I don't know the zoning ordinance by heart, but state law allows, if you have an ordinance, that would require that if the P and Z makes a recommendation of denial, you need a supermajority of council to overrule that recommendation of denial. If they recommended approval and you wanted to say no, you would just need a simple majority, because you would not be overruling a recommendation of denial, even though you'd be going in a different direction. So assuming our zoning ordinance says that, then yes, if P and Z votes to deny, then council would need a supermajority vote to overrule that recommendation and to approve.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
And while he's coming up, Troy, if the kids don't go further than the outskirts of Keene, they'll still come home for dinner. Trust me.
In deference to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Smith, as Vice Chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, a planned development district is all about the details. I've read the manual, Basic Planning and Zoning in Texas by, if no one knows this gentleman by his first name, Robert F. Brown. Unfortunately, it's possible planned development districts weren't around when he wrote that book because he doesn't mention them. Is that correct?
Say the last part again?
I'm just saying planned development districts may not have been a concept when you wrote your manual because they're not included in your planning and zoning in Texas manual.
Yeah, it depends on which version. Now, we just by reference, myself and one of my law partners teach a 2-day planning and zoning workshop for council members, planning and zoning commissioners at the North Texas COG in Arlington. And I know over the years we've kind of reduced the scope of the book, but if it doesn't mention planned developments in there, planned developments are an accepted form of zoning category in Texas. And they are, as you say, they are basically situational suitability. When you have a project that doesn't fit cleanly within your regular districts, then you create a special district to give you the ability to address and mitigate issues through kind of a situational suitability type analysis.
And I might add that that supermajority is actually 75% of the council members. I'm not sure if that's total council members or council members present, and that's a very high bar. That's a very high bar to reach.
No.
Thank you.
It is. Thank you. All right, if there's no one else who would like to speak, I'm going to close. You want to go ahead, Mr. Gua?
Just, okay, so this one is a very important kind of discussion. And I know the area medium income, which is affordable housing, it's a very good kind of option for a city. But here's my concern. For several years, I've taken time to actually, interview or sometimes meet some of the teachers from the surrounding areas. As we know, Texas is booming. Everybody's moving to Texas because of the businesses are moving to Texas. So population will follow to get jobs and be able to support their families. And I just want to ask, so you said it is 256 units? Okay.
252 units.
252.
Yeah. The main issue that I've heard from a lot of cities, we have one of them, Joshua. I've talked to some of the teachers in Joshua, Cleburne, and we have Mansfield, Burleson. I've spoken to some of the teachers. So the first question is, what school district will this project be under? Is it Keene or Cleburne?
I'd have to look at the map. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So, so you haven't considered the impact it will create for the school district, that's Keene?
Are you talking about this development? I believe it's in the school of Cleburne. It's in the Cleburne School District. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
It's in the Cleburne ISD School District.
But the proximity, I know the way Keene school districts works, there's a limitation and requirements that the parents have to meet. But the havoc that these kind of developments are causing to school districts, it's really, really, really kind of concerning. Once it's in place, those parents will want to go to Keene. That's what is close. It's affordable housing. You know, most parents will not prefer to drive to Cleveland. So they're going to come and knock at the door and say, hey, we have some kids. That's almost 500 and something kids just from that small area. And after talking to teachers, some of them are afraid to speak. The stress they normally go through just taking care of students or kids that come from such areas, it normally puts a lot of stress on the school district. And then as a community or elected leaders, we have to ask, why do people choose to come to Keene, even though sometimes we might seem a little bit expensive? We have very good school districts. So some people will sacrifice that to move in. And once you lose that, you know, the city that you know, people want to move in, you better forget about it. So my concern will be under those kind of, under the density of that area, trying to get a service from the school district that is close by. And I don't know if the school district is able to handle that kind of, a demand. Thank you.
Does Keene ISD still have open enrollment? That would be something, have they still got open enrollment? Okay, so these kids could go to Keene under open enrollment.
Well, I mean, the whole picture of economic development takes all that into consideration. It's just like we want more restaurants, we want more grocery stores. Well, you're not going to get them unless you have the rooftops. Well, we're getting the rooftops. So it all has to be a slow, well thought out process. And this gentleman over here was talking about infrastructure, and that's something that we take into consideration too. We know what the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant is. We know what size sewer mains are over there. Those are some of the very first discussions I have with these developers when they come to us. Is the water supply adequate? This particular area is going to be under Johnson County Special Utility District's water CCN. It's not ours. So it's not going to affect our water supply system. It will affect our wastewater treatment plant system. But we know we're getting close to that as we continue to grow, and that's why we're starting that. We have some funds back there for that. So you have to take all that into consideration. It's just like, you're talking about the schools too. You can't go and build a, school for 7,000 kids when you only have a population of 2. It has to kind of come and go in steps and progress. So to say that, well, we can't build anymore because our school can't handle it, well, the school's not going to be able to grow unless they have the students to fill it. Schools are closing because they don't have the budget. So, I mean, it's all intertwined, and yes, I understand your concerns, but those are things that we have to think about as a whole picture. That's why we have a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I'm just saying, after speaking to most of the teachers and the impact that this kind of high densities, 3-story, 4-story, 6 stories, the impact it is creating on these small communities. Even Burleson and Cleveland is able to handle most of this, but still you can see the stress.
Yes.
So if a small city that's Keene, we don't plan well and look at all these things and think through, we might realize that we just created a big headache that we might be dealing with for many years to come. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, did you want to speak again?
I did look up that information where Keene ISD ends, and it is Wallen Park Estates, which is adjacent to this property, so they would be in Cleburne ISD. So just, that answers your question, so.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Cooper?
Mayor, we've got a long agenda. A lot of these people have spoke multiple times.
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing.
All right, so I won't come again. I apologize.
Go ahead.
So Keene ISD is open. And you talk about growing from 2,000 to 7,000. Right now, Keene ISD is carrying $10,000 of debt. That's bond debt. That's the interest and sinking rate per enrolled student. Godly ISD at 3,000 kids is carrying $89,000 in debt per enrolled student. It's BRB, Bond Review Board website. It's a government website. You can see the debt. Keene is one of the better academic performing ISDs, rightfully so. They've been led very well. Cleburne is one of the worst. If you don't think it's going to affect your schools, if you don't think it's going to affect your interest and sinking rate, which is a very, very low, very manageable rate in Keene right now, it will. And you should not ask developers if they can supply this stuff. It should be an engineer doing a study that is determining whether or not you can supply this infrastructure. And I'm not for this either way. I'm just saying that there's a right and wrong way to do it and who you ask and how the second and third order effects to consider. So Bond Review Board is for the debt and spending for the school districts. TexasSchools.gov will tell you how it performs compared to Cleburne. You can connect all this stuff. And again, Catherine Redding's a great resource.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:16 p.m. So at this time, it says, following the public hearing, the City Council may review and consider this rezone request. We're not going to take action. Does council have any further comments they'd like to say about this rezone before I move on? Okay, very good. All right, moving on to agenda item number 6, consent agenda. Consider approval of the minutes for the special called City Council meeting held September 24, 2024. So council, I just need a motion to either discuss this and remove it from consent or approve it.
That's the minutes for the meeting?
Yeah, this is just the minutes for the meeting. So you were not there, correct? Is this the one that, yeah?
Well, the minutes in our packet, I was.
Oh, okay. The 24th, the meeting from the 24th.
So I have a question on the minutes.
Okay, let's go ahead and remove this from consent for discussion and go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, my question is, on section 9, letter B, section 9, letter B, after executive session, it says, the City Council may approve a performance agreement with Keene WF LLC for the construction of tractor supply business in Keene. In the minutes, it says no action was taken. I was thinking that we approved that.
You did, but there was no vote. I mean, the paperwork was all signed, but there was no motion or vote.
Okay.
That can be reworded if you'd like.
Okay, you're
That
talking
would
about
suit me
number,
if you reworded that to say that we agreed to move forward with
yeah,
or something of that nature.
I concur. We did take a vote or a motion to approve that performance agreement. We did. So we do need to clarify that. We did not take action on the others.
With that being said, I move
Yes.
to approve the consent agenda.
Okay?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with changes to item number 9B, that we took action to approve a performance agreement by Foster and a second by Easley. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried. Agenda item number 7A, review, discuss, and consider a resolution naming nominees for the Johnson County Appraisal District's Board of Directors. All right, council, we did this last year, and you received a packet today from Dwayne Golding, the chair of the Johnson County CAD Board, that you should have in front of you. That gives you some bios of the candidates that are seeking nomination to go to the Johnson County CAD Board. So the City of Keene has been requested by the Johnson County Central Appraisal District to nominate up to 5 individuals for the Board of Directors for the years 2025 and 2026. Nominations must be made by resolution and submitted to JCAD no later than October 15. A ballot will be created by JCAD and provided before October 30 for the council's consideration. Council's vote will need to be made by resolution and submitted on or before December 15, 2024. So today, all we're doing, council, is considering who we would like to nominate. Then those nominations will come back to us for our actual vote. And I believe that we were awarded 43, I think, points this year that we can then apply to, yes, 43 votes that we can then appoint to any of those members that will come back to us on that list. And we have a couple of people that would like to speak during this agenda item. So Larry Trammell, would you like to step forward?
Hello again, Larry Trammell, 4109 County Road 707. Earlier this year, I was elected to the CAD board. You'll remember that last year there was a change in the law to where there are 3 elected members of the CAD board, and then there are 5 appointed members of the CAD board, and then we also added the tax assessor collector to the board as a voting member, so that gives us 9 overall. So I just want to provide feedback to you on what you did last time. You nominated Dwayne Golding, Amy Lingo, and John Wood to our board. I can tell you that I've served on 6 different boards of directors. I've been chairman of 3 of those boards. I can tell you that this is a highly functioning board with the representatives that you put in there and then that were voted in. I can't say that about all boards. You know, a lot of them don't do very well, they don't play well together. and this board really does. And what I really like, I love it when Amy Lingo comes up and says, on the financials, you know, why is this and why is that? And we really question the things. We have a good, robust discussion of all the items that are on our agendas. And I commend you for appointing people like that to our board. And I want to recommend that you once again nominate Dwayne Goulding, Amy Lingo, and John Wood. And also, I recommend that you nominate Mr. Jim Cockrell and Brannon Potts. Those 2 gentlemen are known well to me, and I believe they would fit very, very well into our existing board of directors. And so again, that's the recommendation I have for you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Greg Cooper?
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. As you guys know, serving on an elected body, any type of bold, decisive action is ridiculously slow. It's cumbersome. You guys might meet twice a month for a couple hours, and action can't be taken. It's not like a 40-hour-a-week, 5-day job while the city's doing stuff that you guys do. To actually get stuff moving and to approve it and go through this discussion process is lengthy. Yes, most people don't have patience, time for it. I'm not an elected official, but as one, I could overwhelmingly see how it could be very, very frustrating to always hear, why is nothing being done, why is nothing being done, why is nothing being done. The Appraisal District Board of Directors sitting there, Mr. Trammell so eloquently laid out, in the very short amount of time that they have been there, they have overwhelmingly engaged the taxing entities, and they're going around and doing this. They've done this by creating a very easy-to-understand presentation of how property taxes work. They're going to places like the Johnson County Builders Associations. They're going to certain elected officials are making motions to have this presentation brought in to educate the citizens and the elected bodies. They've brought in a new taxpayer liaison officer to help the public understand and to go through this approval process, who's very robust and doing an awesome job. They have found that the Central Appraisal District was spending $5,000 a month to bank, and that is now down to $100 a month. In 1 year, they have saved $455,000 in their local budget. Multiple times, they have had to move their meeting because originally it was in a place that wasn't handicapped accessible, and it has grown so large that they are actually moving their meetings. I go to lots of meetings like these, and it is very difficult to find any elected body that can move fast, decisive, and bold, and they're doing that. And Mr. Dwayne Golding, Ms. Amy Lingo, and Mr. John Wood, who are currently there, the restructuring is what is bringing them to you again so quick with the tax assessor being put on it and the 3 elected bodies. That's why you're being asked to do this again so fast. And then Mr. Potts and Mr. Cockrell, I encourage you to look at their resumes. They're very, very well-rounded, very well-balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Brown?
I've been involved with James Brown, 2424 FM 2280. Been attending the Johnson County Central Appraisal District meetings for about the last 6 or 7 months. I've been a resident of Johnson County since 1980 and a taxpayer. I own several rental properties, commercial and single family. So it's obviously a hot topic for me, just like everybody else. And I, too, want to reiterate what Mr. Trammell and Mr. Cooper both said about the current board. And then I'd also like to just, I didn't realize that until very recently that the recipients, the taxing entities who receive the taxes are the ones that actually get to make the decision on who serves on that board. That's like letting the fox inventory and count the number of chickens and report back every morning. And that's jacked up. That's jacked up. And we need to go, that needs, a grassroots effort needs to take place to change that. That best representation of the taxpayer. It's kind of like collusion on the part of, who's determining what the taxpayer is going to pay and the people receiving it. So anyway, again, I just want to encourage my support for that existing board. And I don't know them all by name. My memory's not good, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, council, we just need to make a nomination and make a motion to adopt the resolution number 2024-457, naming and then naming the nominees. So we have 5 people that are listed before us that these gentlemen have come forward and spoke highly about: Dwayne Golding, Amy Lingo, John Woods, Jim Cockrell, and Brandon Potts.
So moved.
I'm sorry?
So moved.
So moved, all right.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 2024-557, naming Dwayne Golding, Amy Lingo, John Woods, Jim Cockrell, Brandon Potts as nominees to the Johnson County Appraisal District Board of Directors by Bells, and a second by Easley. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Agenda item number 7B, review, discuss, and give direction to city staff for drafting an ordinance regulating donation collection boxes. We tabled this at the last meeting because Mr. Knott was not able to be here, and he's the one that brought it up for our discussion at a public meet comments. Yes, I'm calling you out. All right, so staff was asked by council to research options for a donation box ordinance as a result of that request. So after reviewing many different ordinances, staff are providing 2 paths for council consideration should the council wish to consider adopting an ordinance. So we have option number 1 that's in your packet, an ordinance that does allow donation boxes but provides for regulation and oversight, and option number 2, an ordinance that prohibits donation boxes within the city. These options are meant for review and discussion only, and any suggested edits or changes from council will be taken into consideration before sending it to the city attorney for a final draft. Mr. Knott, did you want to come up and say anything during this item again? And just review us on what the issues are with the donation boxes in the city that you've seen?
Given the fact that Matt Watkins at Buffalo Creek Barbecue is still being challenged by people who are dropping off not clothes, but couches and sinks, and it's just not right for him to have to put himself in jeopardy like that. And given the fact that we're about to open a community impact center that was supported by donations from the community of over $350,000, and it's going to do the same thing as these collection boxes. I would just encourage prohibition of the boxes totally.
Okay, thank you. All right, council, have you time to review this? What would you like to discuss?
Go ahead. I have a question on these boxes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. On these drop-off boxes, who collects them? I mean, who is responsible for them?
I don't know if we've done any research on that as far as, I was asking that question after the last time that we tabled this, and
Because
staff
if
didn't
I
seem
was
to
a
know.
property owner and someone came and asked me to do that, I would like to know who they were, what is their purpose of collecting all this stuff? Where does it go?
My experience in other cities is it just runs the gamut. Some of them are like Community Christian Action Center. I mean, some of them are legitimate charitable groups that are raising money for particular worthy causes. Others are a little less clear, and they're out there and they claim to be providing money to charity, but very little goes to charity. So it just kind of runs the gamut. There are some that are just put up there for people to say, if you don't want it, I'll take it, and then I'll just turn around and resell it. It's a completely for-profit thing. Others are designed with more laudable purposes to support. Some of them are done by area churches, as part of their outreach. It just depends on the individual box that is put up there. And the way it's monitored is that obviously the people who own the box are responsible for showing up on a timely basis and taking things out of it, and if other stuff is put around it. But right now, having no regulations on that, we have no way to dictate that. So option one would you'd have some control over those boxes and how they're done. Option two would just be to say, I'm just going to wash my hands of it and just not allow it in the city. We don't think it's an appropriate use in our community.
Yes, Mr. Easley?
Mayor, I had lunch today down at Buffalo Creek and was talking to the owner
Okay.
about not just the collection box, but his dumpsters, which is another issue we'll talk about later. He has a lot of trouble with these boxes. He has people dumping stuff off that shouldn't be there, and then they're also using the dumpsters to dump more stuff. So we need to do something. Yes, no, one way or the other, we need to talk about it.
Now, does he own that property where those boxes are sitting?
He doesn't own the property, but the Buffalo Creek gentleman owns the Buffalo Creek restaurant and rents from the landlord who owns the strip center.
Because I was wondering if these people are asking where to dump those boxes from the landowners and getting permission first, and then who knows that they're there?
Yeah, he's actually asked the people who come to collect this stuff to take the box away, and they refuse to.
Okay.
Some of them are, if they're like in strip shopping centers, typically they have an arrangement with the landlord to pay a nominal fee per month to basically rent a spot there, or lease a spot.
Okay.
I've had other places where they've just said this, all of a sudden these things just plop down here, what should I do? And they've called the police, called the city and said, somebody on my property, I didn't have time to do it. Like, well, we'll try to figure out where it is, and you can, criminally cite them for trespass without the appropriate warnings, but as the property owner, you have the right to have it towed off. But then it's like, well, it's going to cost me money to tow it off. It's like, yeah, so there's a lot of issues with the donation boxes if they're not done with a what I would call an up and up proprietor who wants to do it the right way. If they're done the right way, they can be a valuable service to the community. But unfortunately, there's too many folks that don't do it the right way, and unless you have some real controls over it, it's hard to kind of rein them in.
I believe we have two, one at that establishment, one in front of Family Dollar. And oh, wow, okay. I know we have one in front of
4 Family Dollar, 2 at Dollar General, 1 or 2 at Buffalo Creek, and 1 at Valero.
Yeah, and the one at Buffalo Creek, it had couches out there. I think you may have mentioned it. It's an eyesore.
So if we adopted this ordinance to regulate them, so this is going to fall to code, so code's going to then take this ordinance after we approve it and then regulate them? That's who's going to write them a ticket if they're dumping stuff, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. And I don't know if it came up before you asked, we've looked at it. You can't have a system of regulation where you only allow the charitable uses there. In other words, because that's government weighing in on the importance of, religion or whatever, however they put out there. So, because I've had that question come up, so can we just, I'm okay allowing it for the churches and the United Way, but the law basically says you're kind of putting your thumb on that free religious of exercise scale, so you can't do that. So if you're going to allow it, you have to allow it for all, but you can regulate how you allow it.
Okay. All right, council, what are your thoughts? Mr. Foster?
Yeah, I personally like the idea of regulating it because the church at Good Stuff had a drop box. Now, it didn't look like a collection box, but it was serving that purpose. And we've donated things there from time to time, but always put it inside the box. Never was a huge couch or something. But I really feel like if we adopted this ordinance where you had to get a permit before you could put a box out, and then if you had a nuisance within 5 days, you were going to be fined. And I would ump the fines. The fines in here were not heavy enough to suit me. So, but I did like the ordinance where you could have a box, but if it was a nuisance and if it was like collecting water, if mosquitoes were there, there's a number of stipulations in here which would call for an abatement. I feel like it was I could live with that.
Okay. Anyone else?
So what you're looking for, Mayor, I think is from the council is some direction to go back to the city attorney as to whether the majority of the council supports option A, which is allow the boxes but regulate them, or option B, which is to just prohibit them completely.
Okay. So, Mr. Foster, you would like to do with option 1?
Yeah, only reason because I clean my garage out on Sunday typically, and places aren't open where I could take it by there and drop it off. So yeah, I need the after hours option.
Okay. Ms. Beeson, would you be, what is your thoughts, option 1 or 2?
Are those clothes you're cleaning out of your garage?
Have you seen my wife's closet, Paul?
Yes, Ms. Schramm, would
It
you like to
bleeds
step
over
forward?
into my garage.
Okay, so I would like to know who's going to enforce this. Are you going to start the collection box police?
That's what I just
Is it going to be
asked.
Public Works?
Code
Who's gonna-
enforcement.
Code
I
enforcement
believe
is
it'd be
going to
code
do it.
enforcement.
Okay.
That's correct. It would
So
fall under code.
are they going to do this weekly? Because this stuff is a mess. And the lady at Family Dollar more than once has spoken to me about it because stuff is everywhere and her patrons complain to her about it. And when she's talked to them, they've been very rude to her. So I'm sure they have a lease on that building. Somebody else owns it. It's not necessarily owned by Family Dollar. So it's sort of out of control for her too. And we do have this impact center. They are going to have a place for drop-off. I'm sure it's going to be very nice. It's going to be out of sight. They're going to be dealing with it on a regular basis. So I'd like to ask y'all to really consider that because no matter what happens at these places, there always seems to be a big pile of stuff outside of it, a couch or a chair or something. And we're going to have the impact center.
I have seen the furniture. I feel like the people that are moving out of our apartment complexes
Oh,
in
yeah.
town are just dumping their stuff that
yeah.
they don't want to take with them.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to the nearest drop site.
Yes, and they also go to the dumpsters. You
Yeah.
talk to Matt about it, talk to Brady about what goes on at his dumpster there in his nice apartments behind Family Dollar.
Yeah.
He keeps those up very nicely, but boy, does he have a problem. In fact, he was reluctant to even allow me, as you know, Wes goes and walks around on the weekends, as does Paul Knott, and collects trash. He was reluctant to let Wes drop a bag of trash off there just because he is so strict about it that he didn't want anyone to see Wes putting something in there knowing he didn't live there. So, I'm getting sort of off topic, but when you think about it, we might just want to be a city that doesn't allow them. We really
Okay.
might.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl.
Mayor, just for clarification, could I, before she leaves the podium?
Yes, I thought you were clarifying to me.
No. Well, I am. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
Yes, for you. So this ordinance is written in such a way that the landowner and the collection box person would be sent a letter and
Yes,
fined.
but the landowners sometimes are absentee owners.
Sorry, dude, you're gonna get fined if that stuff is out
Okay,
there.
so Mr. Vinca, who owns that whole Old Betsy, you know, try to get something through with him.
Well, the fines will just keep
He's-
adding up. If
yeah.
I read this ordinance, it goes every day, there's a charge, so it's,
Well, but meanwhile, we still have the blight. Yeah, I'm just saying, my vote votes against it. Okay. I told you sometimes I almost raise my hand when you call for the vote,
All right.
so.
I asked Pastor Abner Sanchez of the Keene Adventist Church to be here tonight. He is the administrative pastor, and when he knew this was on the agenda, he couldn't make it tonight, but he told me, when you talk about returning to the community, which the Impact Center does. Now, when they sell the items that are given to what's known as the good stuff, but the Impact Center, that provides them money for the community. And right now, they've helped 29 families, helped them with rent, helped them with food. And none of these clothing box organizations are gonna do that. They don't even headquarter in Keene. We don't know who they are. So bring your stuff to my place, I'll take care of it. I'll get rid of it. Rob, but vote these out. We don't need it. We don't need all this time and all these fines, and yet the blight still lives there. Let's get rid of the blight.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Mr. Goodwood, did you want to speak?
Yes, Mayor, but I heard the attorney say that we have allowed one of the organizations as a church or charity kind of donations to conduct its services in Keene. And you are recommending or advising against banning and then allowing one of the donation locations just for the church or a non-profit organization. So unless I do not understand that clearly.
Yeah, I think the point I was trying to make is that if you allow them, you can't single out which donation bins are allowed based upon what they're claiming they're taking the donations for. So is that what the question you had?
Yes, because I'm hearing ban the boxes for donation, but I know there are some that has been here for a while. So it means we have to ban even those ones that,
So if we ban it, we have to remove the one from the church?
yes.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
there'd be no, I mean, if you're asking, there's like some
We'd
kind
have
of,
to take them all out of the whole city.
right, there's no there's no grandfathering, if that's the question on something like this, because grandfathering rights are rights you get through zoning. This is not zoning, so if you pass an ordinance that says they're not allowed, then all the existing donation boxes would have to be removed. They wouldn't get an exemption or any kind of grandfathering.
Okay.
It's not allowed. It's a health safety regulation versus a zoning regulation.
I don't think the Keene Church has ever had a collection box. People drive to what's known as the good stuff and drop off items there. It's a house. And now the new Impact Center is a huge ranch-style house that not only has facilities, rooms for items for sale, it's got counseling, rooms for counseling. So it's got rooms for services. It's a total community service center, funded by the sale of donated items.
Is it going to have an outside drop box, or everybody has to do it when they're open and take items inside?
No, you will, as I understand it, and those who've been to the open house can help me, you drive around to a garage door type area, and that's where the items are dropped off. I'm sorry? All hours of the night or? I doubt it. I don't think they'll be open 24 hours.
I mean, some of the communities represent that have gone to the no donation bins. Some of the local churches have just basically just said, okay, fine, we'll just take donations at the church during these certain hours, and then there's somebody there that mans it, and they say, no, we're not taking TV, we're not taking couches, and so it's inside the facility, or it's around the back in a storage area, but there's somebody there to kind of do two things. Number one, intake it, and then also to give them a receipt you know, for charitable purposes that lists what's on it or whatever. And so and I mean, there's ways if local churches want to collect donations, there's other options other than unmanned donation boxes.
All right, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown, can you please come up to the podium, sir?
You want to come up to the podium?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
We can't hear
Go
you.
ahead, just go ahead and come up here and talk. We'll go ahead.
I was just going to say, in Burleson, Hospice House expanded and moved into a much larger facility, and they were having issues with junk being left after hours. And so they actually posted signs saying, it is illegal, it is dumping, and you will be fined if you're caught leaving things after hours. An attendant must be present. So I've given, for 20 years, tons and tons of stuff to them. And so just for what it's worth.
Yeah. So we might need to find out if the Impact House is planning on having somebody man it.
Oh, you want to? Okay,
Mr. Jones?
I say we ban them.
I'm sorry?
Let's ban them.
We ban the unmanned ones.
Yes, correct, ban the unmanned.
Okay, so we have 2 for banning now? Okay, who wants to speak? Mr. Johnson? Okay, go ahead.
Me personal, if you run around this town, period, people throwing stuff out everywhere. They don't want to pay for the dump in Cleveland. These boxes, I agree, we need to get rid of them, all of them. If you go around the Val Vernon, when I go see my friend David, it's pitiful. They just throw that stuff right there, couches, tables. It's ridiculous, man, how people, and people ain't out at night. Do it midnight. I guarantee you there's people out. And they dump them everywhere. And it's just not here in Keene, it's everywhere. People can't afford to dump. And what we need to do is get rid of all of them. And if we catch them dumping where they ain't supposed to, period, we need to just fine them
Okay,
and make them take their stuff.
so you're for banning as well, Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
All right. So we have 3 easily. Mr. Easley, did you say you wanted to ban 2? Ban 2, okay. Mr. Gutwa?
Yes, the only question I have, we have the disaster kind of, organization here just across the park.
Yeah, it says on that box, do not put anything in that box, in that little house. It says, do not leave items in the house.
So are we going to tell them to remove that box, or?
It says, do not leave items on that, the structure says, don't leave any items there.
Okay, because it has been some years, I remember some years back, we did leave some items in that box, yes.
All right, Mr.
Then
Cross?
if that's,
Go ahead, sorry. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Gutwa, go ahead and finish.
yes, then if you want to ban it in Keene, and it's not in contradicting with any existing kind of boxes from non-profit organizations, then I can say yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bells, we didn't hear from you. I wanted to find out what your thoughts were, and then
You know
we'll
what?
move on.
We can't do that. We can't discriminate between nonprofits and the others. It has to be banned across the board.
Yes, I'm saying I'm not aware, I don't know how many nonprofit organizations that have drop boxes.
None.
If there's none, then it will be okay to be kind of neutral across the board. I can say I can support that, banning them from Keene. If there's no existing drop box that will be affected that has been conducting business.
No, we have to get rid of all of them, whether they're existing or not. This ordinance would wipe all of them out. We couldn't have any, nonprofit or for-profit.
At least not manned. I mean, this still will allow donation centers and donation sites. It's just there has to be somebody there from that organization to accept the goods. And then when they're not there, then they close the boxes and put signs that no donations are allowed unless there's an attendant.
All right, Ms. Bells?
What he said.
Okay. All right, then we're going to give direction to staff for drafting an ordinance under option 2 to ban donation boxes, donation collection boxes. All right, moving on to agenda item number 7C, review, discuss, and give direction to staff regarding conducting national criminal background checks on elected officials, appointed officials, and/or city employees. All right, this item was requested for future discussion at the September 24, 2024 special council meeting. Just reading in your packet for the courtesy of the public. It says, with regard to criminal background checks on elected and/or appointed officials, the city of Anna has enacted such an ordinance, so that is in your packet. Mr. Chester says he's not heard of any impact about the ordinance, and he would say that it's not a typical practice that cities conduct background checks on elected or appointed officials. But he's provided the ordinance from the city of Anna for reference. All right, Mr. Bells, you are the one that requested this agenda item. If you would like to start off with the discussion on your thoughts on this.
Well, I don't think there's any discussion on my part. I think I've made it abundantly clear that we need to proceed with this.
Can I speak, Mayor?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
After you went 2 terms and you got beat, then you come back. What made you do this now? Is my question. Who's going to pay for all this? Are you? The citizens need to know that you're going to cost the city a lot of money, because you just can't go back to the new employees. If you talk to your lawyer, you got to go to everybody. So let the public know that you are going to cost them all this money because you're mad at me. That's all I got to say, sir.
Do we happen to know the cost impact of what it is to do a national background check on all elected officials and appointed officials and employees?
I was not given any information on that. Kit,
Okay.
do you have anything, or Don? Okay, so what I can tell council at this particular point is, as far as city employees, there are background checks done on some of the city employees, such as police officers and firefighters. That's a little more in-depth. So this would expand some of that, and I'm sure there would be some additional cost. What it is, I don't know at this particular point. As far as doing that for council, there's a limited number of you here as compared to the number of city employees, so I don't know that there would be a giant financial impact to the city.
So you're saying they don't have to do the police? That would be
No, sir.
that would be discrimination to me. Everyone should have to do it, because what they do there, I don't know what they do. It's just like he's saying.
Councilman,
He won't get everybody else, but we need to do everybody,
Just to
not
clarify-
one.
Just to clarify, as far as city employees, background checks are done, but for certain employees, such as police and firefighters, there is a more in-depth background check done.
Okay, I like to
It's a lot more
see.
stringent on.
Okay, I
certain
like to see
employees.
that. That's what I like to see.
That is already currently.
But otherwise, we still got 40-something people we have to do, 30-something. Who's going to pay for all this?
So,
Who's going to pay for the lawyer fee?
So again, when a new hire comes in, there is a background check done. It's
Local, it ain't nationwide.
correct.
Okay? He want nationwide. So if we're going to do nationwide, that costs a lot of money. I know it does.
As far as that, I don't have any.
I'm just telling you what I know.
This time.
So he wants to do it, so let them know that he's the one causing all these problems, and see what happens when it's time for them to vote for him.
Well, and I'll say typically when cities do background checks on employees, it's typically after they've screened them and made an offer, and they typically use a commercial background check site. There's a question of whether you could use the NCI, I mean, the police computer for that, because that's for the investigation of crimes. And when you're looking at your staffing or even council members, I'm not sure you'd be able to use the NCIC computer, which would be the TLET system. I think the state would frown upon that, because it's not used in an actual criminal investigation. It's used for a background check, even if it's a criminal background check, but it's done for employment purposes or council verification purposes. So you would have to incur the expense of whatever commercial criminal background check service that you use that you would find to be reliable.
Other things, local cops, local police officer, They can't do it, period, if you ain't involved in no trouble. So, you know, what we gonna do, pay money to have all this spread out to different people? Police department, like state trooper, that's who they have to turn it to, or the feds, and they ain't gonna deal with this little penny stuff. But he was a police, no.
Background checks, I mean, they're done by an outside individual, whether it be an attorney or an investigator, and what they find is totally confidential. Don't they usually come back, say, yes, they're hireable, or no, they're not? And then if the person that gets the no, can't they go to the investigator personally and say, tell me why?
Well, they can ask, but typically, if it's, if an employee, hypothetical person is interviewed for a job and is made a conditional offer of employment, sometimes it's, you know, offer employment based on your passing a physical, if it's that kind of a job, but also a criminal background check. And if you don't pass that, then typically you're just told you didn't pass the background check. If they want a copy of that, then they can do a Public Information Act request. And if it's on them, then it's typically not confidential because they would be able to get a copy of their own.
But it would be confidential. It's not a,
But it's confidential for the rest of the world, but it wouldn't be confident. In other words, you can ask for the criminal background check on yourself because you have a right to it. The public at large couldn't because they don't have a right to your criminal background check, which is done as part of an employment matter.
I'm gonna say one more thing, Lisa.
All right, I wanted to go over what you just said about the open records request. So you're saying these are confidential, so they would, so the attorney would be the one running them, or HR would be running them? Who would run the criminal background check?
Well, I think in the ANA, it sounds like it says the city secretary in consultation with the city attorney. I don't know the practical realities of how they do it here in ANA and whether it
I believe
goes.
Anna said their city attorney did it.
Yeah.
She said the city attorney ran them, and I was just wondering, would the city attorney, if he runs them, is he the one that's the holder of them? And he just comes back, like Ms. Beeson said, and says, no, you can't serve, yes, you can serve if it's for an elected official? Or is he providing that criminal check back to that council for review?
I don't know. I'm assuming that if the city attorney does a background check and says somebody's clean, then that's fine. But if they say somebody didn't come up clean, that, you know, I'm assuming that with a client then would have the right to say, well, show it to me. But yeah, I mean, it would be attorney confidential communications because it would be between the attorney. If the attorney does it, it would be imbued with a certain amount of confidentiality. And that could be shared with the council under attorney-client, and that would not necessarily been subject to the public at large knowing it, because it's part of, the lawyer would be giving legal advice as to whether somebody is eligible, and as part of that legal advice, they would be relying on a criminal background check. That would be part of the lawyer's confidential communication with the city. So generally speaking, anybody can ask, you'd have to just, that's an argument, you put it together, with a PIA request, Public Information Act request, and you ship that off to the Attorney General's office, and you say, I shouldn't have to tell them this because it's attorney-client privilege. It'll be up to the AG's office whether or not they agree with that. Not every communication between a lawyer and his client is confidential, but typically if it's part of the rendition of legal services or the giving of legal advice, then it will be held to be confidential and not disclosable to the public at large.
So a criminal record could be shown to council, say, in executive session, if we were discussing personnel matters. It could be shown to us then, if we could actually see somebody's criminal record, or we would just hear the no or yes.
No, you can see it, but it would still be confidential. I mean, if it's an executive session, there's a privilege related to that. And if it's information that's coming from your attorney, you don't lose the privilege when it's shown to you. Actually, that's what the privilege is for, is so the lawyer can show you things, and you can have confidence that what he says to you or shows to you will not be made open to the public at large because it's part of the confidential attorney-client privilege.
So if an attorney, say, emailed all of a city council somebody's criminal record check, would that be a good strategy or not a good strategy? Because if it gets emailed, then does that make it subject to an open records request, or would it be redacted?
Well, it doesn't really, whether it's an email or oral. Now, the thing about attorney-client communications is that it's the client's privilege. So, and I've had this happen where, you know, a council member, I gave a confidential legal briefing on some litigation, gave it all to the council, passed out this memo in executive session, not here, somewhere else many years ago, and one of the council members turned around and gave it to the other side in the litigation. And we tried to get it back, and the judge said, well, it's the client's privilege. If they want to waive it, they can. Now, we have rules in our code of conduct that would you know, penalize that and make that something that you should not do. But it's like anything else. I mean, executive session privilege, attorney-client privilege, if somebody wants to waive that and break it, there's not a lot you can do about it. So that's why a lot of times those kind of things, you notice we pass out things in executive session, and then we pass them back out, bring them back in, so that way the most a council member could do would maybe to inadvertently or intentionally say, this is what we talked about, but they wouldn't have the document. So in that kind of a case, I would recommend probably that the actual record would not be disseminated to council, but if they were, they would be disseminated and then quickly returned so that you could have that extra degree of security that a record that should not be released to the public would not be released.
And if it got released, what would be the ramification? Is that liability for the city? Could we be sued?
Well, I don't think there's any real liability, because it is, it's still a public document, you know, that somebody else got. It's just, the liability, the city wouldn't have any liability, but the individual council member who betrayed the confidence is subject to discipline
By the code of conduct.
under our code of conduct, where you can be censured or you're potentially subject to a removal.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Trammell?
I just want to let you know that there are commercial services available for background check. They go anywhere from $16 per person to $35.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, not everybody can hear. Can you come up to the podium, please?
You're doing explanation.
Yeah, Larry Trammell, 4109 County Road 707. I just looked
Okay.
on the
So
internet.
$16 to $35?
There's the complete check for $35 per person, gets you a 7-year county criminal check, 7-year federal district search, an annual recheck, 2 multi-jurisdictional database searches, and 2 sex offender registry searches. I did this for my company for 20 years. Every one of my employees signed a waiver that we would do a background check on them before they would become an employee of our company. My company designed and developed the NCIS database and system that they use. So I know a lot about it.
You know what you're talking about?
So
Have you
have
looked
you-
up Cincinnati yet?
No?
Okay, Cincinnati's different. It's a lifetime.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if it's 7 years, 10 years.
Yeah.
If you do that, there's reasons you could do stuff till you could have them expunged. And that's what these people don't understand here.
Right. You can
So
have
I
them
like what they're saying, but you have to prove what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just.
Yeah, how do we know how accurate that is? How do we know when we run it from a commercial site that it's accurate and up to date? Because
Yeah.
some states, don't they have like some plan where you can get something expunged off your record after so many years?
You can
They
get
do.
expunged, or
Like
you can
you
be,
said.
you can have, be released from the, effects of the conviction. A district judge can do that. It can be expunged. I mean, there's 2 or 3 different mechanisms. The ANA ordinance, which was submitted as a deal, actually has an appeal process here. If for some reason, if somebody was determined that they had a felony conviction, then they can appeal that, and they can offer proof that, look, that's not correct, or it's been expunged, or I've been released from that disability because the passage of year. I mean, there's a built-in procedure so it's not just the first decision sticks. So, I mean, if you were going to do this, I would certainly recommend that you adopt something similar to ANA, which has bells and whistles for protection. And they actually put it on the applicant too. I mean, so I think that's important too. I think anybody, their voter application form, a candidate application form follows the election code, but it has a special little section on the bottom that says that we do a criminal background check, and so that person knows that, because similar to the waiver that the gentleman was talking about. So basically, if you sign that application, you are acknowledging that there will be a criminal background check performed on you. So if you don't want that, then you don't sign that waiver and run for office. even though state law already requires you to check off the boxes that says, you know, I don't have a felony, I've lived here 6 months, blah, 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 I'm over 18. Anna has a specific provision they put in there, which I think is important because that puts the person on fair notice that there will be a criminal background. Because the typical rule in most cities is that cities and city secretaries, they don't get involved in that at all. And it's like, so I've had that question come up. Do I need to check whether or not somebody is eligible to run for office? Well, if they've signed everything saying they are, then that's, you don't go beyond that unless somebody can provide you with a demonstrated public record that this person doesn't live there or they've got a criminal conviction. And typically, in most places, they just allow that process to run its course through the election process. I mean, you see there's lots of election challenges every year where somebody, you know, is on the ballot and then their opponent says, hey, they're not eligible, and they file a lawsuit, and, or they challenge the results of the election that the person wasn't eligible. So for the most part, most cities typically allow the candidates themselves to fight that out. Anna appears to be one of the rare exceptions where they have institutionalized and put that obligation on the city secretary in conjunction with the city attorney.
And if we did it for one group, should we do it for all? Is this is going to be for staff? It would be for our board members, our A and B board, P and Z. We can't discriminate and say, we're just going to do it for council, right, and just staff and not somebody else?
Well, I mean, you
How do
could
you
choose.
do
I mean, it's probably good policy to do it for all, but I mean, you wouldn't have, I mean, there's a distinction where you could logically say, we're doing it for candidates for office because state law says you can't have a felony conviction to run for office, hold office. There's no state law that says that you can't be a 4A or 4B member if you have a felony, but most cities that go down this road would say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and if I'm going to do it for one, I should do it for all, because the appearances are such that if you don't do it, then it might look a little strange. And Anna, apparently, they do it for everybody, every employee and every board member and every committee member that wants to be on a committee.
We could hire a public works employee that had a felony record, am I correct, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so for employees, it doesn't matter if they have a felony record, like you were saying.
But it doesn't legally matter. There's nothing in law or in our charter that says you can't be hired if you have a criminal record.
Right. But there is state law that says we can't be
You can't run
elected
for office.
official.
You can be the president of the United States with a criminal conviction, and you don't, I mean, it just depends on what the laws are. Yeah, in Texas, you can't run for any kind of elected office if you have a criminal conviction unless you've been released from the disability of that felony conviction.
All right, Mr. Beeson.
Yeah, I spent 25 years in a firm that does the criminal history checks, and what we did up there, we had positions that were called security-sensitive positions. And when you applied for it, you knew it was a security-sensitive position. That meant people who handled money, who had master keys, nurses, for instance. We had a lot of clinics, nurses who handle medication, because you don't want to hire someone who's stolen medication. You don't want an embezzler working out in the, collecting money for you out there for water bills. If they're going to put $10 in their pockets out of every 25 they get. So we had those positions called security sensitive. And like this gentleman said, we paid a fee, $2,200 a year membership, and then every time it was run, the background was run, it was $15 to $25. And they do come back, right, with identifiers. They don't give you a social security number, but they'll give you height, weight, where they live, what kind of scars they have.
But it's not always they give you the right name. In my city, that's why he needs to know what he's talking about, because there's other people in my city.
Well,
name
you
same.
don't go just
bringing that
by,
up.
you don't go just by name, okay? You go
No,
by
that's not
height,
true.
weight, social security, not social security, but where they live.
Thank you.
A lot of things, so there's a lot of factors, not just a name. But people who applied knew beforehand they were applying for a security-sensitive position. And the human resource took care of it, and they were private about what they took care of. But normally, people who had no problem didn't mind applying. People who had a problem are the ones that they just didn't apply, or else they argued about it, one, but normally it didn't apply.
Thank you.
But it does not that expensive, okay?
Mr. Cooper, did you want to speak?
But how long has that been, Don, since you've done that? 20 years?
It hasn't changed. I still.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. That's what I needed to know. Yeah, you know it all, buddy. You're right.
So,
On the money.
so the question you raised yourselves, is, are you looking to increase the threshold to be eligible to serve on city council, at least with your elected officials? You already have in place, and the term is finally convicted. And if you are finally convicted and you sign the sworn affidavit to run, and somebody can prove via court records that you did that, then it is a criminal complaint, and then it gets picked up by the district attorney or the county attorney, because it would be a misdemeanor, and then there's charges filed, and then it goes to court. So you have the mechanism in place. They're signing a sworn affidavit now. So the question is, are you looking to increase that threshold? Because that's in place. So if somebody has violated that, then it's as simple as what court, open records of records at that specific court, file a criminal complaint. This is already in place while signing the ballot, unless you're looking to increase the threshold to things like crimes of moral turpitude and a misdemeanor of a crime of moral turpitude, stuff like that. So just thought there's already this kind of mechanism already here to an extent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Bells?
I need to make something clear. Councilman Bells had nothing to do with my speaking tonight. He had nothing to do with me paying for this website. This was me doing it. I paid for it. And as I said in my initial speech, it is giving me the month date of birth. It is giving me the year date of birth. It does not give me the day. So that is something that would have to be investigated, and I said that. If he is guilty, he should recuse himself. But things have to proceed forward. But for you to insinuate that this record was released, possibly from a council member, that's incorrect. I went on there today and printed it out.
I haven't insinuated anything. I asked questions of Mr. Brown.
Okay, then I apologize for that.
Because I know that's your husband. You live together. I know what he's about. He called me about some things. So I know what he's about.
This was me.
You
And
can
for
sit here and
someone,
lie. He can
Thank
sit here
you.
and lie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Andrew?
Mr. Brown, I have a question. When it says release from the resulting disabilities, can you explain that to me? What does that mean exactly?
In other words, the disability of a conviction says you can't run for office or can't hold an office. So a judge can release disability through function. There's other judicial remedies that a judge can basically declare that, yeah, they've got a conviction, but it's been so many years, I'm going to order they're removed from the disability of their conviction and declare that they're eligible to run and hold office in the state of Texas.
Okay, so if somebody is able or legal to vote, is that not part of being released?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think there are a lot of people on the voting rolls who probably are technically not eligible to vote because there's not any real system to check on that. So if the law says in order to be a voter, you can't be convicted of a felony or have been released from the disability of felony, then yeah, in theory, that voter could be stricken from the voter rolls. But no one does that unless somebody that knows some particular something that does it. So just getting a voter registration in and of itself would not be evidence that you're eligible to run for office. It just means that whoever gave you the voter registration card, they don't check those things.
That's not part of the
No.
driver's license
No.
database or anything like that. Okay. The other thing is, if the background check says released, does that mean that that person has been released of the disabilities?
Well, yeah, I mean, the background check, it depends how thorough it is. If it looks in court orders, typically if you've got a felony conviction, that shows up pretty easily. The expunction orders or, I mean, typically expunction orders will order every jurisdiction that has evidence of the conviction to destroy it. In other words, there should be no more evidence of a felony conviction. It's been expunged, it's moved from, but once it's in a database, it's there, pretty much forever. And that's why typically, at least in the ANA system, other places you've got an appeal system. If something shows that you still have a criminal record, then you can say, well, yes, that's what it is, but here's the expunction order. So the expunction order typically is not going to show up in your criminal background check as readily as the actual convictions.
Okay, yeah, that's what I found out, that
Yeah.
it will show up even if it's expunged.
Or if it's a pardon. You could have a pardon, pardon from the governor, a pardon from anybody that has the power to do it, and those pardons would not necessarily show up in those records. That would be something you'd have to show through a separate instrument.
Okay, is there, no, I'm gonna hold it, never mind, thank you.
What there is on that, Stephanie, when you get a felony, you can't have it expunged. It'll show, but it show it's been taken care of. So, yeah, you can. And it's over, it's done. They can't do nothing about it, nobody. It's been happening, history, you're done, but you gotta have it expunged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Brown, how would you investigate it then to find out if the expunged record is separate from the family record?
Well, I mean,
who
typically
fill that
you
out?
would have to, I mean, an expunction or a pardon or an order of release of disability, if that doesn't show up in the records, typically that's the way the system is designed, that you go to the person and say, hey, we found this record, it says this. I mean, what's the deal? And they say, oh yeah, I got convicted, but here's my expunction. I mean, the burden then basically shifts to the person who wants to try to run for the office or to try to seek employment, to come up with the information to say that I've been released from that disability by virtue of either, the passage of time or however they do it. Yeah. One thing I would point out is the ANA ordinance also looks for moral turpitude. I'll point out our charter lists the qualifications for candidacy, and it does say you have to, not been convicted of a felony, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't mention anything about a crime of moral turpitude.
That's one of the charter changes that the commission has put
That's
forward,
been
that's going to be on the election and the ballot in November.
In my experience, that is the area that is more pragmatically troubling. Felonies, everybody knows what a felony is, but a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude is, you got to look at cases and stuff. I mean, obviously, getting a traffic ticket is a misdemeanor, but it's not moral turpitude. High graft, same thing. A simple assault between two people is Class C misdemeanor, like you're just yelling back and forth or something, or some, unwanted touching. That's a misdemeanor, but it's not a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude. But it is if the simple assault is between a husband and a wife, or a person and a minor, because we had years and years ago, we had a council member in Flower Mound, when I was a lawyer back in the day, and a council member got in a fight with his wife, and he got convicted of a simple assault, and it was determined that was a crime of moral turpitude, and he was removed from the council. So the moral turpitude, I mean, that's why your lawyer has to be involved, because you've got to go to the case law to figure out whether a particular misdemeanor is just a plain misdemeanor or a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, because only a moral turpitude would it rise to the level that you could disqualify somebody from running for office or taking them off of office if they're in office when they get that misdemeanor involving moral turpitude.
Thank you.
My question is now, who pays for that and who pays for the lawyer? The city?
It would be the city.
Oh, yeah, the city, I mean, just like anything else. I mean,
City's already going broke, so that's pretty good that we're giving money away for junk.
I know.
Who wants to speak, the lady? Is there somebody in the back that wants to speak? Philip, did you want to speak? No? Okay.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah, yes, sir.
I just want to make sure everyone knows, I haven't accused anyone of anything. I've simply asked for background checks.
Okay,
And
thank
and
you,
I'd
sir, for
like
that
clarification
clarification.
on something, because in my packet, it says, review, discuss, and give direction to staff regarding conducting national background checks on new city employees and incoming elected. What we have here is checks on elected officials, appointed officials, and city employees. I'd like Mr. Bell, since you brought this to our attention, which were you looking for? Because, I mean, you're looking at two different categories of people here.
I'm sorry, your question again?
So in our packet, it says, the review, discuss, and give direction to staff regarding conducting national background checks on new city employees and incoming elected officials. Yet, up here under item C on the, what we're talking about now, what the mayor said was background checks on elected officials, appointed officials, and/or city employees. So I'm just a little confused about what your initial concern was.
Yes, apparently Mr. came back and updated the words that were supposed to be on the posted agenda and changed it. So it was originally, as you said, on new employees and incoming elected officials, and then Mr. Chester came back and changed it to elected officials, appointed officials, and/or city employees. It didn't get republished with the other changes with the names. It didn't get reposted.
What?
Yeah, the ANA ordinance only deals with elected officials and appointed officials, not city employees. And I'll be honest with you, most cities don't, I mean, doing criminal background checks on city employees is just a standard employment practice. You don't typically find that in your ordinances. I mean, typically you subject them to drug tests. If it's the type of job where they have to pass certain physicals. I mean, so that's just a, typically most, and I don't know if y'all have an HR manual that you've adopted, human resource manual, but a lot of times it's in that or employment manuals, but typically that's not something I see dictated in city ordinances unless it's part of an HR manual, but that's just generally part of the employment process is to, is part of, you know, pre-application screening and then post-application screening if you make them a job offer conditional on things, but typically it can be conditioned on you got to pass a drug test, you got to pass a criminal background check, you have to, if it's a job that has certain physical requirements, that you can do those physical requirements, you know. So, yeah, this ordinance doesn't address that, and I wouldn't recommend trying to put into a city ordinance all of the nuances of employment hiring practices, because those will change over time based on federal laws, state laws, court cases as to when you can take certain things and when you can't ask certain things or test for certain things. So that's probably better left to a separate type of analysis versus an ordinance like this.
Do we have anything about appointed officials, like on our A and B boards, that they can't serve with a felony? Do we have qualifications on that? We only have qualifications on elected officials. You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, your charter is silent as to, you know, who you put on boards and commissions, things like that. I mean, their qualifications are basically left up to the council to determine who should be qualified or not.
My concern is just if we do this, keeping it confidential. I think that's probably my biggest concern on this, and making sure that if we conduct it, that all the records are being kept in some confidential manner, that they're not distributed to all of council, that we can then print out and share and post on Facebook and shame somebody. So even if we found something on somebody's record and say it wasn't a felony, but their criminal check was run, but maybe they have some other charge, doesn't disqualify them, but then we start blapping to everybody about their charge, suddenly we have damaged somebody's character. And I'm concerned with that.
Then you get a lawyer and sue them personally. You could do that.
Well, not if it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, typically most of those employment type things are held close to the vest, although the AG's office has said that every council member has an inherent right to look at any piece of paper that the city has. Most of my councils are smart enough to say, look, we don't want to know the details, you know, since you don't hire staff members. I mean, that goes to the city managers, that you allow the city manager's office to do those type of analysis and make the determinations. I mean, there's a lot of things people look at. They look at, a lot of cities like to look at, you know, people's financial records in the sense, I mean, do they have bankruptcies? I mean, if you're hiring somebody to be a finance director or something that's dealing with money, you probably wouldn't want one that had a recent bankruptcy, so they weren't able to handle their own business. But that's kind of an individual call that's made by your human resources folks, depending on the type of job that you're hiring. So there's no one-size-fits-all set of tests that would work for all employees, just like police and fire undergo more strenuous background checks because they are in positions of you know, of importance in terms of, you know, being part of public safety versus, you know, the fellow who reads your meters. It's probably not quite as important that they have that level of background check because their job duties don't necessarily require that level of inquiry.
Mayor, so thank you for this item, and I just to just bring to your attention that most cities like Anna, I don't know when they passed this ordinance, but you have to ask yourself why most cities don't do it. There's a very good reason why. Back in 1993, the legislatures passed a law that if you run a background check on an elected official, you can't just throw them out. They can challenge that. You can't throw somebody out and, oh, we just ran this, we spent maybe $50, and oh, they have a felony or this, now we are going to throw them out. Or they can challenge that. But you can't hold them accountable for that, for the past, whatever it was, felony. The state is very clear with that. And that's why some of our elected officials have to go through impeachments and others. There's nothing, you can't do that. So background check, if there's nothing to do. If they commit a crime while they're in office, you might have some kind of, you know, chance maybe to go through that. But now what we are not talking about is the impact requirement. I can ask, in this little city, 7,000, maybe we'll grow up to 10,000, maybe 12,000 someday, maybe in the near future. Who will want to serve? You know how the campaign normally goes with the local politics. Who will want to serve and then go through all these kind of rigorous, as if they are looking for employment? You know, unless you want to say we don't want people serving in the board, in the city council, we just want just a selected few. You are just narrowing the pool indirectly. Another issue is, I mean, it goes with Social Security. Somebody has to run. If you run, maybe somebody has run my background check or something. I have to give you my Social Security for you to be able to clearly identify my name, date of birth, and all that stuff. Otherwise, databases out there, they are, you know, they have all sort of information which can be challenged. So that's why I'm asking. So why run a background check if you can't do anything about it? The state law, there's a law, you know, the city charter can't trump the state law. I don't know if you have checked on that. There's a law that they passed, and that's why Ken Paxton they were not able to throw him out because, you know, you can't do anything while you are in office. So the state has given power to the voters. They might be aware you have a felony, and they will still send you there to represent them. So the state has been kind of very picky about it, you know. So that's my question. Why run that and there's nothing you can do about it?
Well, I mean, we have the power under our charter. State law is different. I mean, in my understanding, Attorney General Paxton worked out some kind of deal. He doesn't actually even have a felony conviction. He made some arrangement. So he didn't have that disability. But state law does say that home rule cities have the ability to impose additional requirements other than state law that are reasonable, as to the qualification to run for office and to retain office. But no, home rule cities do have the power, if their charter allows it, to seek to remove a council member who's been convicted of a felony conviction, particularly while they're in office.
Yeah,
If you figure out that they had a conviction years and years ago and they're already on the council, then unless you have some specific charter language that allows you to act on that, then typically it's something that person will continue their term. And then, I mean, the reason most cities don't do this is because, in my experience, in most places I'm at, because criminal background checks are fairly easy to get, with the public information, and that typically candidate A, as soon as candidate B files against them, candidate A runs a background check on B, and B runs a background check on A, and if one of them has a conviction, it becomes an election issue, and it's just put out there to the public. It's like, this guy was convicted of a felony, and blah, 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 blah. So that's why I think most cities don't do it, because with the ready availability of that data to anybody that wants it through commercial sources, and the ready availability through social media and election stuff to just get the word out, then typically if somebody is running for an office and has conviction, hadn't been released from it, then it just takes care of itself. I got one small city where a council member years and years and years ago was convicted of a felony, and he got released from disability. But every time he runs for office, somebody prints all these pictures of his mugshot when he was 18 years old and puts them all over town and says, don't vote for council member so-and-so, he had this conviction. Then he has to come out every year and show the order, and actually D Magazine actually wrote an article on it, so he can pull everybody to the D Magazine article that says he was released from that conviction years and years and years ago, and here's the order of expunction on it. But that is why I think most cities don't impose the requirement upon themselves, is because the election population at large typically has enough incentive to try to find, I guess, for lack of a better word, dirt on people who are running to try to influence the voters to vote one way or the other. But I think clearly you have the power to do this. And if those charter election amendments change, then you could certainly adopt it and include crimes of moral turpitude. But if the charter doesn't change, then you'd probably want to wait and see what happens in the charter election before you finally decided to vote on something.
Yeah.
Simply so you could figure out exactly what things you could legally put in your eligibility.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, that this might be something council just needs to think about and review after the election and the charter review
Yeah.
I got a question.
revisions are approved or not approved.
I got a question for James.
Okay.
Why did you pick me out of all these people here on this board? Why? And your wife, that you told her to do it, guaranteed it. Now, I'm asking you why. Can you come up with an answer?
I didn't pick you, and I haven't accused you.
Yeah, you have.
No, I
The
haven't.
lawyer told me that. The lawyer told me that when he took me in the back with the paper. He said you did it, James. So the lawyer's lying.
Not me, right? You're talking
No,
about me.
Pat.
No,
Okay.
the other lawyer.
Make it clear, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, not you, sir.
All right.
Pat took me in the back, and he said James did it all. Now, we can figure this out when he...
Mayor,
Yes,
this
ma'am.
has gone on enough. I want to make a motion to table this till after the election.
Okay.
And
Do
then
we have a
can
second to
discuss
table?
again and decide if that's something
Okay.
we want to do.
Do I have a second to table until after the election?
I'll second if I can.
Okay, you can. All right, we have a motion to table conducting national criminal background on elected officials appointed city employees by Beeson and a second by Johnson until after the next election. Let me add that. Table until the next election, after the next election. Any further discussion on this motion? All in favor of tabling, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Opposed? All right, 4-2 and 2 against, motion is carried. So we're going to table this until after the next election. Okay, agenda item number 8, executive session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The city council may convene into executive session at any time during the meeting that a need arises for the city council to seek advice from the city attorney as to any posted item and by the following authority: 551.074, personnel matters, city manager interviews. So council, we do have 2 interviews scheduled for tonight. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and convene us into executive session at 8:35 PM. All right, it is 11:56 PM. I'm going to call the council, reconvene back into open session. All right, this time I'm going to call council and ask them if they have any motions that they would like to make.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hire Jonathan Seitz as our new city manager pending a background check.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to hire Jonathan Seitz as our new city manager pending a background check by Foster and a second by Easley. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion is carried. All right, council, agenda item number 10, request for future agenda items. Is there anything that you would like to see at the next meeting? You can always email Chief Warner if you think of something later. All right, we have nothing. All right, it's 11:57 PM. Meeting is adjourned.
Didn't beat the record.
I feel good about